Prime. Sorry, just making sure that the mic was actually being picked up there. Sometimes indicators freeze up. Prime, though. Prime. This is Prison Architect. A sim and builder game in which you architect a prison in which to store the crimes. It's more of a crime warehouse than a crime fortress. Anyway, this spent quite a while available in early access and was good and playable in the process of being developed. I had played it and streamed it previously in its earlier versions. This is now post-release and post a major patch. Possesses many features which were not present during my prior experience. I will be throwing many of them into the blender. Or crime. Off the top here on the way in, well, for one, there's also a campaign mode that exists, but yeah, fuck that. Sandbox mode. Yeah, it's just build the prison. You don't need no plot, no structure. Crimes happen somewhere, and they must be stored. What more do you need? Just do the prison. Build your own story of crime. So yeah, we're just in a sandbox. You have your choice of running men's or women's prison. They have slightly different balances of needs. So there's like some different fine-tuning of schedules that you do in order to maintain attitudes. There's also multiple different wardens now who have, well, all of the ones except for regular warden here have some kind of perk feature that they employ when they're on the field. The campaign mode is pretty well a tutorial, and I'm already familiar with the core of the game, and I would rather learn all the new bits that have happened afterwards just via trial by fire. So you have like the lobbyist here who helps filter out some of the unpleasant traits that can be on the prisoners that get sent your way. Rita, who is terrifying. Harry, who is much better at finding tunnels. The pacifier, who just keeps things chill. And Safara, who is an entirely legitimate administrator who is not reselling contraband on the side. I've been in this menu long enough for the autosave to occur. Maybe that's a sign I should get going. So yeah, just going to, for now, run with regular warden, men's prison, and throw on all of these features that are here to get in my way. War, random forests, a lake on the territory, pre-existing buildings, possibility of failure, organized gangs, random events, and weather. Just for a start. Well, let's see what our property is, as we prepare to settle in and conduct crime. For those who are disappointed that I'm overlooking the possibility of many of those fun-sounding alternate folks and modes, don't worry, because it's part of the whole structure of Prison Architect is that once you've built up your prison and it is successful, you can sell it off and start on a fresh property with a huge pile of money. Effectively kind of new game plus cycle yourself, and so I might do a couple of laps of that and use them to try out different features. Let's see, we have some scraps of building pre-existing on the property, kind of one structure here. Our lake is right up by the road. That seems pretty convenient. This other building way off on the far side of the territory. So right off the bat, it seems like I could salvage this structure, make that my main entrance and processing and administration zone, take advantage of the existence of the lake to more easily secure all of this stuff out here, and then this will be yard by and large, and then inject, having cell blocks toward the middle of the map, and then different utility structures towards the edges. Probably go about refurbishing this into into my power building, into my utility hookup for the property. Get the CEO's letter here. It's there to explain some of the basic premises of the prison, how to crime. But for now, time's frozen. We have our largely empty property. We have a delivery zone which extends into the lake. Very good. And a garbage drop-off zone, so whenever things get bought, they will be thrown here. When there are things we would like disposed of, they'll automatically be dragged here. And this truck is about to deliver our initial batch of workfolk who will be able to go about constructing things for us. So, let's see. I would like to make use of a building. Alright, that's a bit of an odd shape then, if it's like jutting out a little there. I suppose I'll have to cut it short one then. What a peculiar structure. Concrete as well, I suppose. Properly match up the architecture. Get an initial setup of something like this. Where we'll be setting up with a main entrance here, some kind of processing room over here, get some initial offices, administration, and security tucked away over there. And go about pursuing development of the prison behind that line. Speaking of, yes, our goal is to run prison. Prison has money, costs money. We receive an amount. We don't have details on how much money we receive right now because we don't have an accountant, but so we receive amounts of money proportional to how many folks that we are storing and how dangerous those folks are. And we can also get some bursts of capital by completing little sets of objectives that let us qualify for government grants. These also serve as your effective, actual, organic tutorial of how to set up a prison by just giving you lists of objectives to complete. So with those first two there, I'd like to create some sort of basic detention center by which to be able to call ourselves a prison, and have some basic offices and core administrative staff. Could actually run that just bit of a lockup, probably out of this building alone. Time to do, well, put the trash on the far side of the street. Trash over there. Reception is different from delivery. There's delivery zone. Delivery zone right here by the lakeside for now. And we'll let our little worker bees just go about supporting this place. And I suppose, very importantly, to get ourselves started here, we're closed. Don't send anybody. No prisoners at this time. There's not a prison yet. It's just a lot. Ain't nothing here. Yes, whenever we purchase things, it will cause a truck to arrive loaded with those objects that need to be thrown into a delivery site and then shuffled off to destinations by our various crews. Which for now consists of working crew who are here building the prison. And I suppose I could buy them a door, I guess. Be sure that there is a way in. Plop that down there. And then also, just off on the side, create a staff door. Actually, we'll keep the main entrance at prison level. And to facilitate having that, just hire our first guard. I am going to clear these other zones. And I can also go ahead and establish an export zone. Since eventually, once things get going, there is a prison labor system. And just in general, while we're clearing off space, there are various objects that we can proceed to resell to the rest of the world. That'll help keep us financed. We have a little bit of baseline income even before we have anybody here in order to get us started. Just a small trickle. Okay, so for the admin building, we'll want to set up just basic power and water. For our little immediate temporary core facility. And the door has already been installed in the wall, such as it is. Okay, generators installed. Let's get these trees cleared out of the front. Quickly toss down a nice little walkway. Get our, receiving area paved. No need to pave the trash pile. That can just stay as it is. Actually, we want 2 guards just as part of our initial startup. There, second guard. You can work shifts. Just A and B, on and off. That does not count as an entrance to our building. I suppose it wouldn't. Let's just tear down this wall. There. Now door exists, and building could hypothetically be completed. If I have the budget for it, I could also just throw down an initial fence just to envelop the whole property. Serve as a nice foundation for everything else we're going to do. And fence is not expensive. I can, in fact, fence you in. Let's see, down. Around here. Far enough to envelop that refurbished building. Well, that to-be refurbished building. Won't be going all the way up to the edge of the map, since that is actually a part of escape mechanics. Or rather, a part of some of the other mechanics relating to prison shenanigans. The important thing being, in that case, that prisoners can, like, have friends on the outside try to smuggle things into your prison just by lobbing them over your walls. And also that prisoners can try to, of course, burrow their way out of the facility. And so by making sure that there is a bit of gameplay space between the edge of where you're building your prison and the edge of existence, you maintain the possibility of, having security operating around the edge looking for that sort of thing. Alright, so we have a building. Soon it will have lights. Well, it had lights installed in it. Soon we will power those lights. We can plan what we're going to do with the structure. Alright, let's see. I need a cell, shower, a yard, and a canteen. In some manner of temporary arrangement. And a couple of offices in which to place a warden and an accountant. No, office space can be back here. It's open concept. The water pump and all of the lights are a bit too much for just a basic generator, so let's string out some capacitors. Strengthen it out. Generate all the power. Yeah, there we go. Confirmation. I can try to force it to be on, but that's just far too much load. It's gonna trip itself. We'll fix that though. Anyway, now I have to plan out what I'm gonna do with the rest of the space. So if I'm having administrative stuff up here, then, like, places where the administration interacts with the prisoners should be along this line here, and then prison stuff can be down over on this side. So perhaps, let's say, a holding cell down here. Where the holding cell is one of our... Ultimately, once your prison is alive and well and healthy, you don't use the holding cells for anything. They're just a temporary place to throw a bunch of people on short notice. It's your least level of overhead, but it's also not great for long-term storage. Prisoners you keep there won't have any privacy, and that'll make them really agitated. And also, since they're not being, like, individually sorted away, you can't as reasonably, punish and isolate and sort them search them for contraband and so forth. You know, I'd be 5x5 for the holding cell proper. That is a temporary space, and then dormitory. This is a room that came into existence between last time I played and the current version, where this is kind of your mid-step between the holding cell, which is just a bench and a toilet, versus somewhere where there's actually going to be beds and some level of living accommodations. Could actually get some degree of containment capacity out of a dormitory, though at the trade-off of less privacy, more agitation, more fights. It's harder to isolate people and keep them from getting into fistfights. Let's see. Link cell or yard kitchen. Starter shower over here. Yeah, over in the corner. You can walk through the dormitory. That is probably much larger than necessary for the level of prisoner I'm going to keep in here, but who knows. Just make it a non-standard shape as well. Ah, start getting experimental. Non-Euclidean showers. Or just make it a block. Block works. Shove a bit of wall in the corner so they don't get ideas. Yeah, sort of the idea that's forming in the mind now is to have a bit of an antechamber here where I can just keep a guard posted. Watch over this whole assemblage. Continue the endless battle for some level of organization and sense. I want rooms to look nice and regular. Yeah, be able to like post a guard there who just keeps watch on all of this. Since this is temporary and low volume. We can set up an initial cafeteria. Cafeteria over this way, possibly extend it farther out and have it also serve as a cafeteria for when the prison gets a bit bigger. Kitchen facility over there. Actually, a planning mode for sketching exactly this sort of thing. Yeah, like cafeteria space in here. Probably initially just isolated to that side, but then eventually spreading out further. These offices will be walled off at some point. More offices will be added out of the building, and I can throw down some inner staff room over here. Just a place for R&R. Then kitchen tucked away up on this side. For now, that's going to be operated by regular chefs. means I want to keep it staff only. And then a bunch of this is just open concept space in waiting. For which I'll set up a containment wall just to have things properly cordoned off. This looks like it's on its way to becoming a reception area of some sort. Also, there we go. Power has been augmented. Turn on the lights. There we go. Go ahead and hire a warden. There we go. He mostly exists to be a prerequisite for other things. Nice Polaroid. That'll do. You can leave now, Polaroid. Get out of here. How do I destroy you? Okay, just stop picking at it and it fades away. Fair enough. One key thing the warden does is he gives us access to what amounts to a technology tree in Prison Architect of the bureaucracy system. Wherein, to unlock various features of your prison, there's paperwork that you have to file, and fees that have to be paid, and time that must be spent processing and filing and sorting things out. So for now, to satisfy our contracts elsewhere, we're going to go ahead and figure out finance and get ourselves an accounting department set up. Make that nice and official. Get the necessary objects to prop up our initial storage capacity. And toilet stalls and drains to catch water, otherwise be pouring out of the showers. Actually, no, the sides will probably do. I mean, it's a low volume shower. And to facilitate it, we do have to send some pipe down. Yeah, we're also gonna need a water hookup for the kitchens. We can just run the pipe right next to the electrical system. That's fine. Ah yes, that's another thing. It's to turn on climate, there's temperature. I have to worry about heating and cooling the prison. All sorts of escapades await there, for sure. How will that even work? We'll have to, like, make sure that the pipe runs through a pre-existing heater. That's... will be interesting. Alright, so... Killer has door over there. Proper prison bars over here. Doors out here. And a prison door over here for when it is necessary to allow flow. I have no way to tell which side of the fridge is front or back. I suppose there's that irregularity there, but which side is the dent on? Is the dent forward? Is the dent behind? Only one way to find out. And we have figured out accountants. Here's an accountant. And there's a grant completed. We have basic administrative capabilities, and this basic finance sheet. That's a temporary surplus that exists because we got rid of a bunch of logs. That's not real money. Well, that's staff room. Couple sofas and a beverage dispenser. That's staff room. That satisfies legal obligations. Very official. Then I could bureaucracy up another feature. Logistical systems. Maintenance crew. Legal consultants, security upgrades. I guess I'll just follow the mission objectives. Employ, engage features in the order they're received. I have to create a little yard. Set up by the lake. The grant, all it has to do is exist. Contract didn't say anything about making it reasonably accessible to humans. Throw up a little fence for now. Also didn't say we needed any activities out here, just it's a yard. So look at the lake. Isn't it a nice lake? Not enclosed, damn it. These drains don't count. Oh, the drains can go under the door. Well, that works out nicely. Just undismantle that. Remantle it. And with that done, we have nominally have 18 prisoners capacity. Also, these workmen are freaking out because they have trapped them beyond the far side of the fence there. Just slip a little staff door in as an escape hatch. Alright, let's get this populated. I will now accept intake. Send me everything you got. I have 18 beds. Give me 18 crime. They will be here by morning. And as we wait for those to arrive, I can go ahead and tag my next grant to create a proper individual cell. Or actually, that just keys off prisoner capacity. Yeah, that's already done. Bam! Cell block. Tax purposes, that's exactly what it is. It's like the Block B grant for target capacity for building an actual independent cell block of just rooms per person. And alongside that, let's get maintenance stuff. Which, yeah, bureaucracy, paperwork for a foreman. More offices can I fit over here? I can sort of put offices. They almost fit. Those are shapes. Yeah, I'd get better returns if I went and shoved a couple up against this wall. Except even then, there's not a lot of room. Unless I get even more open concept. Or if I move this door over, if I have the entry over there, then I have 3 new offices there for other administrators later. And our first convicts arrive. Welcome. You'll just go in the one pile. I don't care. All crimes must be equally stored. So our prisoners here are color-coded by their level of severity. Gray shirts here are low-security people who did just very mild crimes for short spans of time. Ed Shore here is a fraud and blackmailer. Felipe Ramirez Jimenez just handled stolen goods. Didn't even do the crime himself, he just touched crime. He has crime residue that needs to be worked off. Marsby pirated into video games. The scum. Whereas over here, orange shirt prisoners. They are regular security who did more substantial crimes. Carjacking, manslaughter, aggravated burglary, kidnapping. Paul Shopland was at a riot. Tom Schultz apparently didn't do anything wrong. But he's here for 5 years anyway. Nice fight. I did pipe. You're supposed to pipe. Hook up the pipe. Somebody. Suppose I could declare a chunk of this hallway storage space, just temporarily. Can prisoners swim is a very good question. We'll find out. And yes, because I have Fog of War on, I don't get to see the prisoners unless I have some of my personnel or other security equipment with line of sight on them. Which right now just means my personnel. Alright, so we figured out maintenance as a principle. Let's groundskeep. Or rather, once I've hired a foreman, then we may groundskeep. There you go, here's your office. We will tidy the outdoors, and then also tidy the indoors. Do you know how many permits it takes to have a proper license for a prison janitor? They're not like regular janitors. You need further qualification. Proper security clearance. Oh, right, they're in the yard. Prisoners will follow a schedule that you can configure as you'd like on an hour-by-hour basis, and by security rating. Right now everybody is just sitting there on the default schedule. You have the various types of block of time that you can throw at them. There's actually plenty about our prisoners that we don't get to know until we've unlocked further stuff. Over to facilitate some of that, let's get ready to have a cell block. For real. Repurpose this part of the lot over here. So, for a cell block, just to go ahead and throw some things up here. An ordinary prison cell needs to be 2x3, oriented in either direction, at least. Closed, and equipped with bed and toilet. Those are the fundamentals of a jail cell. So we'll create like one string of regular shit-quality cells. Let's see, how much room do we have? Create a set of 4, like that. Mirror image over there for an octet. And there's a copy-paste tool for easy repeating of further building. Actually have the building in place. For now I'm just sketching. Visualizing our space. For which, yeah, let's go up to a set of 5. This is 10 cells. We are looking to add 32 cells to the prison, or 32 people worth of space to the prison. Visitation rights isn't something that we'll get around organizing later, and could occur up here in this front room, or another room near it. Also, potentially, if we later scrap all of this, and, you know, shift all of our prisoner storing space area. Yeah, so just sketch-wise, there's 30 people of capacity. Have them all in the one building. Then have a second building with the other 20. Bring us up to a 50-person prison. Then also by separating these out into multiple buildings, let me just remind myself how tall this is. Yeah, 16. Yeah, 16. By 11 for the individual block. Starting to separate them out into sections, I can also then like designate some of these to be for the low security guys or the moderate security guys. And manage things accordingly. Yes, that's living space for 50 people. Quickly sketched out, then I would just need to set up appropriate support facilities for them. Which could all be, like, I could make all of this building. For one, for aesthetics' sake. Move all of this like one square, have it all line up nicely. See how much distance can I put between these right now? 11? That's a reasonable amount of space. I can work with that. Fill out that last step of the pattern to create 60 people of storage space. And then all throughout this span between them, I will fill in various prisoner-like facilities, like put showers, say, down on this end, have showers, and then have, like, you know, living area and laundry room and so forth installed into this in-between. Keep the cafeteria over in this building for convenience, ease of access to the chefs. They're sleeping, but no one is guarding the door. Get over there, guys. Guards, please. Watch them sleep. Joplin! Looking restless. Lights out, Joplin. Search him. We'll just gotta get ideas. Bureaucracy finished up for groundskeeping. Give me the cleaners. Eventually we'll have cameras and have automated guard patrols and stationing so that we can be sure that people are always keeping an eye on important zones. For now, though, we just have to rely on direct management. And, why yes, I do have $20,000 to just smack this building down. The new block. And jobs like this are why I created the outer fence that serves as a fallback and makes sure that all of this is secure space. Even if I, like, temporarily open holes in my immediate wall for building projects. But we'll be able to get a lot of this done at night. I could cancel their yard time. Them inside. We now possess one more. I opened a staff door in the outer fence to prevent vibrating workers. There is a basic level of security that's built into all of your doors. In that types of doors have levels of security. Regular-ass door can be opened by anyone. Staff door can be opened by any of your employees, or rather, anyone with an employee key. All of your employees have an employee key. Prisoners who are crafty can steal keys off of others and gain access to things they shouldn't. Jail doors are only openable by people who have guard keys. Likewise, big jail door, solitary door. Put a metal detector in the cafeteria. That feels wise. Guard, now actually guard them during the showers. Once we've unlocked the psychology department, we'll be able to keep track of all of our prisoners' needs. Oh, fight! Garden shears. At least it's over. Let's see. Facilities that need to exist inside of this building. I don't have anywhere to put unconscious, injured, or otherwise disheveled prisoners right now. Need to set up some solitary confinement. I don't have a hole to throw people in when they misbehave. That will change. Solitary confinement cells only need to be a single tile large. They don't add to your prisoner capacity, they exist purely as a punishment measure. As various sorts of rudeness can be responded to with time and isolation. Gonna be orchestrating that as soon as reasonable. My workmen are a little tied up right now. Eventually we'll have someone to mop up the blood. In fact, we do right now. We've just gotten, yeah. Clearance for a janitor. You also can't hire staff into space where you don't have any line of sight. Oh, another fight. Anybody gonna... Guys? Team, come on. You have one job, guards. Our first dead body. Don't worry, folks. Soon we'll be getting each of you your own private hell. Little mechanics thing. Difference between large and small pipe. Large pipe can carry water arbitrary distances, but It is much easier to tunnel through. Like, having a large pipe on a tile makes it easier to dig a tunnel through that tile. The pipe is there. Small pipe does not aid tunneling, but can only carry water so far before it becomes useless. To measure what that distance is as we go about setting up the plumbing for these individual cells. Probably more efficient ways I could be laying out the pipe in order to serve all of those cells. Minimizing distance traveled. Saving on pipe, but yeah, whatever. Guys. Cards, please. It keeps happening. Move up to 8 of guard. Anyway, facilities. I was going to fit things into this space. Let's... two sets of showers. Common room. There. We can't do laundry at all until I unlock prison labor. Well, in that case, we have an objective. Just a very friendly, open concept visitation room. Hey buddy, visit whenever you want. Set up a little janitorial cupboard over here. For when the time arrives to trust the prisoners to do their own cleanup. All this ambitious building means that my current supply of workmen is a little overextended. I might have to pile on more staff for a little while. Yeah, that'll do. That's sustainable. There. Now, as those start finishing up and meeting the requirements, they will become considered proper prison cells and have people shoveled into them. That's it, too far. Misaligned showerheads. Alright, now that the building exists, I'll give them back that yard time. Let them stand outside in the cold. Okay, that's not a fight. It's just them being antsy and quite dissatisfied with the state of things. We'll be fixing that up a little at a time. Let's see, prison labor is up. Health, yes. Doctors. Very important tool for putting our prisoners back together. Oh, and I can also go ahead and declare some confinement. There, now we have punishment holes. Excellent. Well, if they didn't want to wear blood-stained rags, they shouldn't have gotten them bloodied in the first place. Those suits weren't drenched in gore when the state issued them. Settle down, Shopland. Well, a family's trying to visit. Barsby. These folks are wiggling. Yeah, everyone's real upset about clothing. But our first 10 basic cells are up, and several of the next ones, yes, good. I think that's basic prisoner capacity for everyone we have right now. Means I can go ahead and destroy this abomination and never speak of it again. Good. No one lives here anymore. Tear it down. Contraband. Someone had a cell phone. Start tearing all this apart and we'll get the whole area repurposed into something else. I think there's yeah, there's a mass dismantle, just brush I can breach around here. Clear that out. I'm probably gonna just knock out all these walls and just have a space to work with. Yeah, just set it up right there. And all of this will be something. Slice a bit of it up into a proper visitation zone. Maybe I can fit a parole office in here once those are a thing. apparently I could build a parole office now, which seems weird. I thought I needed an attorney on staff for those. Oh, we have health approved, so I could spawn an infirmary. That might help with all the injuries. Laundry room! That is going to calm a lot of people down. Let's see. Any size, indoors. Need space for the appropriate tools. And then just be sure that I don't accidentally punch a hole in the bottom wall. That's something that can happen when you're using clone tool. It would paste that there is supposed to be a blank spot there from like the corridor running through the other copies of the template. The laundry machine is an all-purpose laundry machine. It just does laundering. A chapel is at least 6 by 6. I probably need a dedicated building for that instead. Anyway, let's see. Is anybody gonna come down here and retrieve Scott? Or Tim? Guilford's not looking so great. Rowdy people. Alright. There. Now the laundry room exists. I can assign people to work the laundry room. And laundry will occur. Oh, infirmary. for ease of access. And then, yeah, we'll knock down those interior walls there, and this will be some sort of facility. The nurses can't unlock the prison doors, that's why I'm going to post a permanent guard in this area. So I fill out the paperwork for permanent postings. Security man. Put that out. Just boil all the water. Parole room actually has size requirements. This poor dad. Where's Schultz? Is this Schultz? In somewhere. Suppose they would need water hooking. Yeah, if I knock out this cleaning cupboard... We'll put a whole room in here in the corner. And the rest of this into a reception zone. Reception for crime. First thing we show them on arrival is the hope of early release. And we pass them through the haunted halls. Let them, first hope of release, then the morgue, then the cafeteria, then your home. Would put things in my yard. Let a few prisoners lift. As long as the maintenance team knows that I don't want the smell of blood out of this building. In fact, if possible, I want more blood smell in that structure. Can we get... Is there a spray for that? We get it in concentrate, have it shipped in. I'd like to maintain a continuous musk of gore in the old detention wing. Oh, there's separate pipes for hot water. Now that I have the boiler that generates the warm, I guess. New system with which I was not acquainted. Alright, actually I have to move those trains over. The ones I had were just routinely flooding the common area. At least laundry happens now. Somebody ought to upgrade it to maximum. That's Schultz. Oh well. So how are we doing on all of our various metrics here? I'm at capacity 26. Is something else capping my capacity other than rooms? I got more cells. Got way more than 25 cells. They finally pass a law demanding I be able to feed all of the people I throw into the prison. Or, oh, they aren't designated cells yet, that's what's going on. Hello. At least some of them copied the room designation. Of course, bureaucracy. And with that grant money, we can hire our psychologist. Once we do the paperwork. Psych department. What goes on in the mind of a crime? No, keep the freestanding staff door in the middle of the parole room. It adds character. This building has history. Means I have room for another grant. Visitation rights. You already mostly satisfy that, just need to own some TVs. Contemplating what other friendly quality of life prisoner facilities to throw into these spaces. With 12 tiles of space, could spawn both a library and a chapel. Just be very open concept about it. Free range prison. A bunch of those won't even work until I'm able to get reform programs initiated. Oh, I must hire a chief. There we go. Core management staff. Now that we have the psychologist, we have our barometer of prison stress. We can read the particulars of the demands of our prisoners. See all about what people are angry for. Increasing demand for warmth. We solve the riddle of hot water. First hot water supply from over here covered successfully the kitchen and some of the radiators out here. None of the radiators out here. Would reach one of the radiators. Plumbing is not an exact science. We know this now. And now that I've created the reception room here, when new prisoners arrive, my guards will strip them, search them, give them fresh clothing, and then send them inside. Lets you catch contraband that they bring with them when they arrive. Although it then also takes more time. Wow. Curtis. That would look to be our first gang member. Yeah. Curtis and Guilford there. What do you want, Mr. Mayor? You got it. No weight benches. We sure don't lift in this prison. Classic media raising a huff over lifting in prison. We at least have hot water in the shower. Seems I also have at least a couple of good boys in my cells. I may need to start accommodating some higher quality of life, so another of the mechanics that's in place here, cells can have anywhere from 1 to 10 quality, where a baseline tiny cell like this is rating 1, and each of the criteria you can meet there of more space or various bits of furniture makes it slightly higher quality. Prisoners who behave themselves start feeling entitled to better accommodation, and if you provide them with that better accommodation as a reward, they will remain well-behaved. Prisoners who then misbehave will lose those accommodation privileges and be shuffled back down into worse cells. For like one of these blocks, I could hand out some bookshelves. And then that will be where, you know, the nice folks who get to read. What the? Whoa! 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 Take him down! Where do you think you're going, Malone? Where do you think you're going, guard? New hires! Subdue this man! What did they get out here? Ah, there's a gap back here through where the solitary cells are. Alright, I'm gonna throw some fence up. And then go ahead and... Yes, with the deployment system active now, I can say... That's forbidden. Not all of it is forbidden. I can say... This is forbidden. Don't allow any prisoner to travel here. There's no access to the lake, that's fine. Everything outside the fence, I can't designate that because it's blocked off. Good thing we found that gap in the wall. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this gap in containment protocol. And now that I have deployment, I can take various sections of the prison and just tag them. And now a guard will just stay in that zone at all times, when possible. This. And if I carve this building up with doors, I could create more smaller sections to micromanage and designate. There we go. All of that, staff only. Metal detector doing work. Although it's probably quite overworked for the number of prisoners that we now have. We do not have a ranking yet. Go ahead and take this grant for starting to use more security features. Screwdriver. And acclimatization. Get some prisoners to work, helping to maintain their own space. But we already have some on laundry duty. Of course, I have no prisoners who are qualified for kitchen work at this time. But we'll need to start running some kind of program. Yes, program's unlocked. Hello. So these, mostly there for rehab, where we can do various things with our experts at our facilities in order to help address the needs of our prisoners and get them a little better off. I need to create some regime time for work. Yeah, what the hell is our free time? No such thing, kids. Alright, create a schedule. There we go. So, just off of our common room, we can have an AA group meet. We can have a priest come in and, give sermons. At our multi-purpose faith room. If we were running a workshop, we could plan getting people ready for that. Some kitchen training running so that we can get people qualified to do chefing. We can have our staff psychologist run behavioral therapy sessions. For which I might, to do that I'd probably create another office outside of the staff zone and move the psychologist there. Create a little medical hut for the doctor. Down here is my natural direction for expanding. The yard will probably migrate to this shore of the lake, and then we'll start installing more buildings around there. Alternatively, offices don't need to be enclosed. Open concept therapy. And of course, run behavioral therapy sessions out here next to the morgue in the blood wing. This is where we will discuss feelings, prescribe medications. That's your office now, Doc. Go make a difference. Go save lives. Okay, now schedule. There we go. A therapy session exists. I could run 2, since each of these have an amount of hours of scheduled time that they need and a place where they can occur. Somewhere on this I can see a more detailed schedule. Like if I drill down inside of one of these. Oh well, for now we'll just go with the one. Right, if I set up a classroom, I could run education as well. Go ahead and print out some patrol lines. Right here, right there. And that will remove the stationing I had going on before. Much. Swarm of idle workmen filling about these boxes of lights. Whoop, shower fight. Was missing just the little last leg of pipe to hook up these radiators. Alright, shower fight was pretty mild. That worked out fine. Oh right, that's why I wouldn't have a spare instructor available. The AA meeting is also run by the staff psychologist. So right now his time is being fully taken up by AA in one time slot and then personal therapy in another. Open concept therapy. In order to go in with more of those programs, I would need to hire additional doctors of the brain. At least the prison's solvent on just our prisoner density, so we're at the right level of overhead that we're supposed to have for this many people. Naked Van Horn wants books. Might be time to refurbish this building. We'll get some kind of use out of it. He has a security station. I can like set up armories and dog supply and so forth in here. Another staff room for folks working the interior. So I've heard that earlier mumbling. The yard is going to migrate to the lakeshore. We'll set up a new building down here. I think primarily getting a prison workshop started and getting a school set up. Facilitate that. Staff door to access that boiler. Jail door to access the other zone. Yeah, just go ahead and give myself 20 meters of building to work with. Just a nice 20 by 40 block in which to place miscellaneous new prisoner facility. New prison exploiting facility. Set up a bit of an airlock here. As fences and perimeter security go. Somewhere that I can keep a guard station just inside that little bubble. Yes, in here we'll be putting in workshop, school, and then probably further necessary expansion of quality of life facilities for prisoners, more chapel, more librams. He's studying kitchen safety. He'd like to chef. Make sure this patrol also checks on the janitorial supplies. I've had many cleaning closets become fight clubs in earlier prisons. I can get security rated if I move up to dog handlers and armed guards. Go ahead and grab that education grant, and then once we have acclimatization sorted out, we'll pledge for cell block C. That is only a two-person janitor closet. We declare more janitorial. Got another closet here. I could cheat and just temporarily strip this visitor room and declare it a cleaning closet. Yep, this sure is a room where we store the bleach. No one will ever know. And we'll have this new building running on a separate power grid. Both of these new buildings will go their own way. Be their own boss. Live their own dream. Yes, we do have some manner of fancy electrical visitor booth that can be wired up to systems. For the more dangerous folks who still need to visit their families. We'll get that sorted out and use that as a sort of ramp up to setting up a second cell block in this area. Wherein we might allow for the existence of some slightly nicer accommodations for slightly nicer boys. We found a tunnel through which 3 people have escaped. Huh. Okay, guards should patrol outside the wall as well. And let's go ahead and do one of these. Search everything and everyone. Take it down. Let's see. Stolen guard baton, shiv, cutlery, drugs, 6 pairs of scissors, a hacksaw, cell phone, screwdriver, a set of shears, a hammer, 3 power drills. Somebody had a hammer. For eventual use by other perimeter patrols. Once we have dogs, dogs are the best at detecting tunnels. Yep, well, that's an escape attempt right there. Well, beyond attempt, it succeeded. That's a prison for you. As I finish sketching out the blueprints for the good behavior cells. A little set of 24 there. Or wait, 18? 12. Just 18. 18 decent cells. did y'all finish constructing the building, or is it kind of half done? Where's the rest? And the mass search continues. Let's see, what else is here? Couple flasks of booze, lighter. More cell phones. Needles. A fine haul of contraband. And all the cells this tunnel runs through are temporarily invalid for prisoner storage. Till you finish clearing out that tunnel. Either way, the work is done. And let's see. I am looking to establish... Oh, we also don't have a mail room running yet. That's another facility I can throw into the other building. No space for it in any of those. Shower fine? Not shower fine. Or if there was, it resolved quickly. Security offices will end up down in this building once I get it properly sorted out. You know what? Get me dogs. Fill out the dog paperwork. Or kitchens. Yeah. Well, I could set up like a dedicated cafeteria building over in this zone as I roll out more prisoner capacity. Then that's also in good position for over here is where I'd put more bulk cell blocks. Yeah, more bulk cells over there, a yard over here, new food building there. The shop. Designate a small forestry zone over here. The existence of this will just cause my my relevant work crews to request to automatically plant trees and then destroy trees to create a supply of lumber. Shop, that's a new one. I haven't seen shop as in store. A fresh addition. Last time I'd done any prison architecting. Oh, there's bureaucracy to fill out before I can classroom. Alright. First dogs, then educating. So let's see, for that shop, let's go ahead and set some things up here. Full prison door. Some metal detectors at the gates. Because you better believe there is going to be no end to smuggling things out of the workshop. Question of where all the power drills and saws and boards with nails in them came from. No longer a question. It's here. This is where they go. This is what they do. So there's a couple of different kinds of work that can happen in the shop. In my past experience, carpentry was the hardest one to get anybody qualified to do. So less carpentry will probably occur. The presses are for making license plates. That's the easy entry-level stuff. Yeah, so there's the beginnings of setting this place up as like a more good common room. And prison recreation building. Put a little therapy office in there. By the laundry room. This is the corner that you come to when it's time to wash. Wash your clothes, wash the floors, wash your mind, wash your soul. Cleaning space. Yeah, now that this place exists, I can set up a kennel. Wait, I mean, yes, dog paperwork cleared. Good. Get me education. Now, kennel. A death. All helpful dog boxes. Efficient dog storage. Our first hounds. There are no prisoners good enough to deserve puppies. One of the dogs off of there so that I can assign one to the interior, though. These dogs are quite good at sniffing for contraband. Anywhere it appears, dog will find it. Alright. Now that the workshop exists, let's start some workshop safety. Because once there's workshop safety... Oh, pharmacological treatment of drug addiction. Yes, add that to the pile. All these have cash costs associated with doing them, so... It's a matter of if you're willing to put out the capital in order to have the hope of mitigating various prison problems, or extracting value. It seems the library only functions properly if you have it properly sectioned off into its own room. That's alright, I can set up some doors. We're pushing the limits of the open concept prison model. There we go. New patrol plan. Higher density. Better coverage. Better surprise mass search. Don't let them get complacent. Adjacent to room what? You have to tell me. What is this shop supposed to be next to? Guest common room. Perhaps not. There's just a missing tooltip here. Are you, shop? Cleaning your wounds, also on the list of things that you cleanse on visiting the clean building. Somebody snuck a fork into a rack of trees. Clever. Nice little high-density workstation in the corner. Most of what this room is for is when you start using cameras and automated gates and other such things. Those go in the security room. All the management equipment for that. Nope, that's a flight. There, start to open this up a little bit. Running a bit tight on liquid assets. Want to get the shop functioning. That'll bring in some capital. Can also try to cycle through more grants. Right, classroom. Classroom belongs in here. Schools for learning. Clean your brain. The other way. Waiting on them permits. The workshop is haphazardly stocked itself with sheet metal. Someday the labor will begin. Well, there have been fewer murders today. So far. Let's call that a win. Prison has negative passive cash flow. I have downsizing to do. With all those extra workmen. Let's fire some of you. That did it. The guard number here is idlers versus total. I would like to maintain some idle guards, since those, you know, if they're available, they're on call, ready to go. In the event of antics, hijinks, japes, and foolery. Yeah, then, let's reorganize the old regime. Keeping it uniform for now, so... Wake up, shower, food... Little bit of time locked up, and work, and... Oh, no. Food again... Little bit of yard, and sleep. That in mind, reschedule all my therapies, all my programs. There we go. I've now created a schedule slot for parole hearings. There's no one applying for parole right now, but it's there for when it's needed. Hey, this fine afternoon upcoming, 6 of these nice boys will get a chance to, you know, learn. Ready to do some work. Direction in their lives. Got a little bit of temperature. What do people need? Freedom. Rising need for books. Wallace is really mad about books. Absolutely furious about the lack of reading material. Fortunately, I can finally designate a classroom. And let's see, for federal grant purposes, 20 desks. And then have many prisoners pass the various ranks of education. A prison of knowledge. Guys, why didn't you finish the pipe? What was in the pipe? What was wrong with the pipe? The pipe. These two were here very briefly experiencing treatment for drug problems. Oh well. They tried. Don't have the necessary money to get the paperwork I would need to borrow money. I'm allegedly maintaining positive cash flow. Yeah, there we go. There's positive flow. Getting a little overeager with the building. Really, the next thing that's called for in development is more cell block. Dial up the population. Hey, Paul. What are you up to, Paul? Successful spiritual guidance. Paul found religion. He's only 55% likely to commit further crimes upon leaving the prison. I might need another serving table here. Might be fun. They seem to be keeping up with the man. And there's almost enough seating space. That'll be alleviated once we have the new cafeteria. In fact, whoop. You smell a tunnel? Lock down everything. Anyway, I might once again go through a cycle of shutting down an old thing and replacing it with a bigger, shinier facility that's out here. Allow some of the other staff stuff to expand out into this zone. That's just still Paul. He just stayed highlighted residually. That's handy. Just a reminder of who I was last looking at. Whoa, where do you think you're going? We do not have money for wall or fence. We have some deserving nice boys who do not have friendly accommodations. As I have the capital for it, that building would be a fine investment. Tear down the rest of these trees. That sweet logging money. Yeah, I'll be alright with you. Suspicion of tunnel does not always mean actual tunnel. Dogs are capable of false positive. Schultz wants to lift, but the mayor won't let us lift. The media is very anti-lifting right now. What I gather from looking at this is the resident got pissed off at being searched and picked a fight with the officer. Or otherwise threw a tantrum and beat up their fixtures. Rudeness happened to that toilet. Am I giving the prisoners more sleep time than they need? They don't need this many sleeping hours, then I could get more working hours. Proceed from lockup directly, or from shower directly to meal. I think, why don't I concentrate more of this lockup time? Slightly adjusted schedule. Flip everything. Let's see, who was interested in workshop safety? Redmond. Not Redmond. Porter over here. Oh, but you're only in for 2 years, damn. You won't have a chance to pay out. Painful. Would you have done a bigger crime? There we go. Much needed capital. Of course we have a logging license. Prison doesn't. No, these are the nice cells. They get the brick wall. Alright, benches are back. Everybody let two escapes. What? Who? Got out of here. Where and how? I don't have the funding for it right now, but this place is settled in. They'll set them up their own little shower and laundry building as well. The nice showers. The spa. Yeah, maybe even wrap those elements together into like one continuous building. Something like that. With the possibility then also just strapping on other facilities into that area by leaving it open. And over here, foundations of new cafeteria building. Yeah, kitchen in here, eating out here. Entrance on either end. That'll work. Put this building on the north grid. They already have the hot water infrastructure. More suspicious digging smells. Or guys who just kind of wander off wherever they please, so long as I permit it. Should be maybe a bit more strict on that. How many trees must die? Furnish the good behavior cells. Hey, the shop is operating. Some people managed to pass their safety tests and have begun to print. There's also a lot of interest in our foundational education program. Let's start it up. We haven't encountered any new tunnels. Just means we're overdue for a shakedown. forget the shower room. For the fancy folk. They'll get personal showers. These are the real good boy cells. Part of the quality ratings, right? Yes, it is. Marvelous. As we prepare the prototype nice cell. Shelf, chair, outdoor facing windows. Windows will be for some of these cells, but not all. Once the prison's developed enough, I will probably try to implement some death row storage. Shower fight? No, showers are peaceful, just a hall fight. Installing some windows in these blocks is another way that I can also pretty easily create more of a gradient of quality. Reward for good behavior will let you see the sun. Redmond. What are you gonna do with you, Redmond? Nearly guaranteed to return to crime. Think of your son, Redmond. Wait, station a guard in the classroom. Yeah, that's a plan. That's an important. Yes, where we're gonna have up to 24 inmates crammed in one room, poring over books. Yeah, maybe have at least a few people monitoring that. Make sure our friendly volunteer here isn't taken hostage. I'm watching you, Marples. Racked up 25, well, a 21-year sentence of just being gross. Gross purging. How did that happen? Who let that man just wander off? Yeah, most of this is paid for now. Just need to, Oh, it only copies things that are actually there, not the plans that are waiting. Alright. We'll have to wait and see how much one of these cells is cost in aggregate. Overall. We have money for bureaucracy again. And grab more paperwork. Yeah, grant capacity. Look, if a criminal makes it across the road, they're outside our jurisdiction. They've entered the void. Takes a lot of bureaucracy to tame the void. Whose cell is this? Who is this mild-mannered, just quality 9 Prisoner. He's just deserves the full Swedish treatment. Just the fine hotel prison. There will always be a couple of strays who escape the cursor. Hey, what are you doing out here? Hey there, Ratty. Nice night for a walk there. It looks like the building is staying decently warm. Heat that I've installed. Although I am letting the cafeteria fall to freezing temperatures. Let's maybe fix that one. Okay, the first of our nice cells is online, sort of. First of our nice cells meets the legal definition of a cell. Yeah, these seem like a good mid-round. A 6 out of 10, so. $13.90 for repair of them. There you go, Jones. New home. Let's see. 7 out of 6. Still not. Who is this? Jordan Van Horn. Call him Naked Cakes. The biographies up here never have anything to do with the actual list of crimes that's on their page. He stole a car and killed people with it. Almost man. Commence the shaking. Oh, got one. Yes. Of course, ready. You spent a day in the hole. Alfonso, what are you doing in here? This is not where you belong, Alfonso. Guard, please get Alfonso out of here. Valdez. Come on. This is not your home, Valdez. Where are you going? Wolfman Valdez. And Coley here has received our next nice boy cell. In good behavior. Oh, Paul Young. You go in the hole. How much hole capacity do I have right now? I don't want to run out of hole. Look, it's all vacant right now. Good. Unnecessary searches, no such thing. There, this here is the slightly better stuff. So the saw can either convert a plank of sheet metal into a bunch of blank license plates, which then get pressed into regular plates, or it can convert some logs into some nice boards, which then, if you ever figure out how to train a carpenter, can be crafted into some nice artisanal prison furniture. There's some capital. Risk of riots over the complete absence of free time in the regime. Fine. Yard time is not free time. The ways of the yard are not the ways of freedom. Speaking of the yard, though, gets to migrate over here. Throw down some concrete tile. Leave open the vague possibility that I might try to, like, grapple a little extra space onto the old cafeteria. And to date, 7 people have been actually properly released from the prison. A few more and we'll start to generate our basic ranking. Have we really not gotten anyone to clear those old tunnel yet? Come on, that was from last search. Team, get on this. Or just where do any of you think you're going? No convicts in the void. Yeah, that was a little bit on me. I didn't go formally declaring these areas staff only, so technically, nothing was wrong. Now we have an official policy on the subject. That no, Jeff, we don't let them go into the West Guard, into the vacant lot that we don't monitor. That's the opposite of secure. It's Barsby. Ash. Slowly but surely we're getting some more of the nice boys moved over to the friendly cells. Yeah, how is behavior around here? Definitely up to the standards that exist. Meeting or exceeding expectations. Adjacent to what room, though? The mystery. Have to look that up. Yeah, go ahead and cancel those. Instead, add more to the kitchen plan. That instead becomes where I might shove the armory. A more extensive kitchen can serve a more extensive cafeteria. Nah, go back to keeping the armory down here. When it's time for it. And then this much kitchen, this much calf. And that is something we'll be looking to develop side by side with spawning yet more prison block up here. (31 by 43) for this whole setup, which has been relatively serviceable. Leave open the possibility that we might bridge the two buildings together. Give them a shared laundry room that services the whole thing. That's right, you just search every bottle of bleach. No stone unturned, shake it down. Although I do have it set up so the entrance to that one is on the side. Are we opening up that building to be accessed from over here instead? Yeah, that seems fun. And I could proportionally create another batch of good behavior or better behavior cells into this zone over here. The legendary 4x4. Yeah, just an easy 8 of those. Alright, yeah, we had license plate for it. That's great done. Yeah, gonna take a solid 20,000 to throw down a fresh building, so that'll have to wait. And then all the additional cost of actually populating the interior with all of our functional bits. Oh, hello. We have a quality 10 prisoner. Someone has achieved the highest standards of behavior. We have another who's actually been moved to a decent room. The initial generator is running shy of half capacity. Secondary one down below, running closer to a quarter. So the power grids are fine. Just need to be sure to not have them ever combine. This one will deal with the lower kitchen and whatever yet undeclared building I throw here. And we'll probably power the best behavior cells. And the north generator should be able to take up the second regular cell block. And water pumps actually don't have any upper limit on how much stuff they can supply. It's entirely a matter of pipe. Yeah, this all seems like a healthy start to a fine, upstanding prison. We've had only a handful of deaths and escapes, and none of them recently, so the ratings board doesn't care in the slightest. Healthy cash flow, a collection of reform programs that are maybe doing something in there. dozens of people have reported successfully receiving some kind of insight under spiritual guidance. No one has completed a full round of Alcoholics Anonymous yet. One patient showed promising signs after drug therapy. Behavior isn't getting anywhere. But several folks are qualified to work the shop in the kitchen, and that's what actually pays back to us, so that's good. I don't think the water heaters have a limit. They seem to have a range limit of how far out they can project water individually, so you have to put forward more boilers in order to have further sources. But on their own, they seem to keep plenty warm. Yeah, prison.